O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty and accomplish it perfectly, for the glory and honor of thy name and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills, committee reports, tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table the Red River College Annual Financial Report for the fiscal year 2018-2019.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in the Assembly to table the Civil Service Superannuation Board 2018 Annual Report, and also to table the Civil Service Superannuation Fund Actuarial Evaluation Report as of December 31st, 2018.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise present the 2018-2019 Annual Report for Manitoba Agricultural Services Corporation. Madam Speaker, also pleased to report present for 2018-19 Annual Report for the Food Development Centre.
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table the Research Manitoba 2018-2019 Annual Report. Also, I am pleased to table the Manitoba Opportunities Fund Limited 2018-2019 Annual Report. And I am pleased to table the Travel Manitoba 2018-2019 Annual Report.
Ministerial statements. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous and Northern Relations, and I would indicate that the required 90 minutes notice prior to routine proceedings was provided in accordance with our Rule 26, Bracket 2. Would the Honourable Minister please proceed with her statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd like to ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing October 4th as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Honoring and Awareness Day. Today gives us the opportunity to honor the memory of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, to honor the strength of their mothers and fathers who have lost their daughters, to honor the courage of their children who reach for a hand that is no longer there, and to honor the spirits of the many who have been stolen from us far before their time. Today gives us the opportunity to recognize that there is much work to be done to address this very important issue. Gives us time to recognize that our government is committed to working with all levels of government, Indigenous leadership, as well as communities, to put an end to this cycle of senseless violence, and to recognize that we all play a role in ensuring that generations to come will never have to experience such profound injustices. The disproportional statistics of violence against Indigenous women compared to non-Indigenous women in Canada is staggering. Our government fully supported and participated in the national inquiry, and we worked collaboratively with the Manitoba Co-Coordinating Committee that was established to ensure the inquiry was family and survivor-centered. We will continue to support the families, the survivors, and Indigenous communities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the survivors and family members who have shared their stories and who have never stopped advocating for their loved ones. Addressing these incidences of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and working to end gender-based violence is a priority. We are committed to engaging Indigenous women, leaders, and communities in determining our shared priorities and the next steps to addressing the calls to justice identified by the inquiry. We took a proactive approach to improve relations with Indigenous communities after the announcement of the inquiry, including reforms to the justice, healthcare, and child and family service systems. Today and every day, we must ensure that their stories are never silenced and that their memories never fade, and that we continue to work together as a community to eliminate violence and protect future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. October 4th is recognized as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirited Honouring and Awareness Day, a day to recognize not only Manitoba's MMIWG2S and their families, but all families across Canada. It's a day to show kindness, compassion, and support to families who often feel alone and forgotten. A day to commit to real action in addressing the epidemic levels of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited. Last week, the member for Union Station and myself attended an MMIWG2S meeting organized by Isabel and Agnes Daniels. Families specifically wanted to know what the Premier has done in respect of the National Inquiry's recommendations. Well, I can definitively report today nothing. The Minister for Indigenous and Northern Affairs confirmed so on Monday in estimates. When asked about this government's commitment to the recommendation, she said, and I quote, "There has been no public statement at this point, and I would think that we would probably be waiting for a statement of process from the federal government as it was their initiative." I remind everybody in this House and across Canada, the National Inquiry concluded violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited is genocide. And what is the Premier's response? Nothing. No comment, no commitment, no action. And then to stand in this House pretending that he actually cares about MMIWG2S is particularly shameful. MMIWG2S and their families deserve better. Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited deserve better. We deserve action today. Miigwech.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Madam Speaker, may I have leave to speak to the Minister's statement?
Does the Member for St. Boniface have leave to respond to the ministerial statement? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a solemn honour to recognize missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, honouring an awareness day. We sometimes speak of women and girls being at risk when we should recognize that they are vulnerable to attack. We sometimes refer to domestic violence or violence against women and girls, but violence is not committed on its own. The reality is that it is almost always men who are committing that violence. And we must also recognize that there are vulnerable women and girls right now in Winnipeg and across Manitoba who do not have a safe place to go. It should be no surprise to any of us that the intergenerational trauma that exists because of the role governments have had on many files, whether that be justice, CFS, education, or residential schools. As legislators, we must acknowledge and implement the recommendations of the National Report into MMIWG and the Manitoba Children's Advocate. For example, the MMIWG inquiry called for the creation of a specialized Indigenous police unit led and staffed by First Nations to complement and enhance the work being done by First Nations police forces. Crises don't work around a 9-to-5 schedule, and neither should community supports. 24-hour safe places, whether for youth, homeless, or individuals experiencing violence, can work to protect vulnerable Manitobans. And youth in our CFS system are consistently the highest rate of missing persons in Manitoba, and some of them never come home. Reuniting families and reducing the number of children in care is one of the most important issues we all face to ensure that Indigenous youth are safe. Less than a year ago, the Manitoba Children's Advocate made it clear that on any given day in Manitoba, there are many girls being preyed on, and our current laws are not adequate to protect them. I hope that all parties in the chamber can unite in asking whoever forms the next federal government to change the laws around consent in the criminal code in order to protect young people from exploitation. Thank you. Merci.
Member statements. The Honourable Member for Southdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to thank the residents of Southdale for putting their confidence and trust in me to be their MLA. I'm deeply honored to be the first MLA for the new boundaries of Southdale. From tight-knit neighborhoods to major thoroughfares, the constituency is vast and diverse. In fact, if the riding was featured on the game show Jeopardy, the question would be, which Southdale community is called the Hidden Gem? I look forward to partnering with the families, schools, community clubs, and businesses to build an even stronger constituency. This quote by Isaac Newton is very fitting for this statement. If I've seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Today I stand on the shoulders of several giants. My parents, the late Leonard Sims and Satira Sims. My husband Winston, who is here in the gallery today, and our two sons, Andrew and Darnell. Your support and love means the world to me. The volunteers who worked on the Southdale campaign, from the door knockers to the sign installers. Matt Penner, the campaign manager, Laura Morass, the official agent, and the donors whose names are too numerous to mention. Thank you all very much. There are two individuals who deserve special recognition for their volunteerism, and they are here in the gallery today, Ed Onabuchi and Ralph Akamadi. I would not be in this role today if it wasn't for your unwavering support. To you, gentlemen, I say Dalu and Ese Papu. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Madam Speaker, today I am so pleased to take this opportunity to honor the life of a man who has been a key figure in the Wolseley community to which I have been humbly elected to represent. On August 25th, Manitoba lost Mitch Podolak, a legend in the music community. Mitch Podolak was a true visionary and was widely respected for his activism and his work in the arts. Mitch was the founder of the Winnipeg Folk Festival, the co-founder of Winnipeg International Children's Festival, and also helped to launch music festivals in Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver. When an old church went up for sale at the corner of Ellis and Sherbrooke, Mitch pursued the resources required and co-founded the West End Cultural Center. Thousands of Manitobans, from infants to elders, have been enriched by Mitch's contribution to the music and cultural scene in our province. Mitch was inducted into the Order of Manitoba in 2015 in recognition of his accomplishments for the music and cultural community in Manitoba. Today, I also want to recognize and honor the man who has been described by many in his community as a citizen of Earth. Mitch made the world a better place through folk music while also advocating for people, social justice, and environmental sustainability. Mitch did this while shining as a father, a family man, a mentor, and a friend to many. The impression that Mitch left on the province will never fade. His memory lives on in the rich cultural scene of Manitoba, in the friends and family who are here today, and with all who knew him. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask for leave to include the names of my guests in Hansard.
Is there leave to include the names of the guests in Hansard? Leave has been granted. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to use this opportunity to first and foremost thank the constituents of Tyndall Park for their support this past election. I feel incredibly honored and fortunate to represent the community in which I grew up and where I live. I'm so grateful to be able to serve and give back to my community, and I'm committed to working hard and bringing the issues, concerns, and ideas of those living in Tyndall Park into the Manitoba Legislature. Madam Speaker, I want my constituents to know that our Constit office is now up and running, and I have continued on with my weekly McDonald's commitment every Saturday at 2 p.m. at the McDonald's on Keewatin. I'm excited to invite the schools in my riding down to the legislature to continue my work with Norwest Co-op to serve the residents of Tyndall Park through casework and community events. Madam Speaker, in addition to my constituents, I want to thank who I am convinced are the best volunteers. Whether it's my campaign manager, my sign crew, my exceptionally polite phoners, our team is amazing. So big thank you for those who contributed to our campaign. I should also thank my friends, family, and partner for their patience with my scheduling and franticness during the election. Thank you for keeping my life balanced and filled with scary movies, Scrabble, and coffee. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my colleagues, whether it's my leader, my late-night votes buddy, you as the Speaker, or all the newly elected MLAs. I'm looking forward to working with so many of you, especially my colleagues from the Maples and the Burroughs constituency, to make our North End a better place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Borderland.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the constituency of Borderland and wish to thank my constituents for granting me the privilege of serving them in this place. During the past weeks and months, I have been inspired by the can-do spirit of hardworking, resilient people across the constituency who love their communities and know that under this PC government, the best is yet to come. Borderland is home to one of the youngest populations in the province and indeed the country. Supported by strong, healthy families and immigration, the RM of Stanley, according to Statistics Canada's 2016 census, is the second youngest area in the country after Mackenzie County in Alberta. Our low crime rate, entrepreneurial spirit, and old school belief in individual freedom means Borderland is home to thriving family farms and businesses and healthy families and community organizations. During the campaign, I had the distinct pleasure of meeting some of the people and organizations that make our part of southern Manitoba such a special place. The Huttarian Emergency Aquatic Response Team, or HART, is a professional search and rescue dive team from Oak Bluff Huttary Colony, entirely volunteer-based and only funded by donations. Madam Speaker, an example of heroic and selfless caring. Blue Sky Opportunities in Altona, where compassion meets action, and people with disabilities are employed, cared for, and given hope by staff who have the biggest hearts you'll ever find. And New Bergtal, a National Heritage Site and the best preserved single-street Mennonite village in North America, where residents take pride in safekeeping and retelling the stories of our local past. Madam Speaker, once again, I thank the constituents of Borderland. I am honored to represent an area of such quality and caliber.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
I rise today to thank my riding of Fort Garry for entrusting me to represent them and their families in this assembly. I'm privileged to be able to speak here on their behalf, and with that privilege comes a responsibility to address the issues facing a very diverse residents of Fort Garry. Fort Garry is a riding in transition. 25% of its population are newcomers to Canada, and 48% of the population have moved into the riding in the last 5 years. This community is changing from one of Winnipeg's original car suburbs to a vibrant, diverse, and increasingly urban riding. My riding is younger than most, with a median age of 37 and a significant international student population. As a former school trustee, I understand the issues facing young people in the city and this province. The University of Manitoba is a source of great pride in this area. The pull of the university has brought talent, both young and old, from all over the city, the province, and the world. The population of Fort Garry is very educated, and they represent the future leaders of Manitoba. Although many residents of Fort Garry are non-citizens, I hope to bring awareness to the issues that they face. It's important to give this large and growing population the attention that they deserve. I plan to advocate on their behalf in order to support them and keep their talent in this province. I want to thank those who worked hard to get me into this seat in this House today, and I look forward to representing the people of Fort Garry and the diverse perspectives that we are lucky to have in our constituency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prior to oral questions, we have some guests in the gallery that I would like to introduce to you. I would like to draw the attention of all honourable members to the public gallery, where we have with us today guests of the Honourable Member for Point Douglas and the Honourable Member for St. John's, who are with the Taiwanese Subcommittee on Reconciliation. They are Jolan Haisaith from Sireya Nation, Sifo Laka from Panga Nation, Pisu Bane from Tayal Nation, Yi Gentu from Ketagalan Nation, and Kuljali Patiyan from Pai Wan Nation. On behalf of all honourable members, we welcome you here to the Manitoba Legislature. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, winter is coming and so is the flu. We know that the flu can be a major cause of illness in our province, and is particularly threatening to seniors, to young people, and to other folks with underlying conditions. Now, we're very concerned that there appears to be a shortage of the flu vaccine this year, but what is more concerning for the deliberations of this chamber is that there appears to be a staffing shortage at our most important hospital, Health Sciences Centre, even as flu season is approaching. Health Sciences Centre management yesterday put out an urgent call for more nurses. Then the media found out about it, and then they resent the email deleting the word urgent from that message. But the question for the Premier is simple. Will he now admit that his cuts to healthcare are putting patients at risk?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, there's real risk, Madam Speaker, and the member personifies that, and then there's pretend risk, and he personifies that too. The fact of the matter is that the vacancy numbers are better than they were a year ago. That's the facts.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Well, the Premier was in charge a year ago when the situation was pretty bad too. So the current vacancy rate at Health Sciences Centre is 19%. 1 in 5 nursing positions at Health Sciences Emergency Room sits empty right now because of the cuts that this Premier has made. Now, we know that there is always a bump in flu cases, which causes increased traffic to emergency rooms across Winnipeg and across Manitoba. We know that the situation is made worse by all the cuts to staffing positions and all the closures of emergency rooms. These are cuts that the Finance Minister signs off at the Treasury Board table, and the Premier himself has admitted in this very chamber that he approves at his very desk. The question is simple. Will the Premier admit that these cuts are harming patients, and will he commit to hiring more nurses immediately for Health Sciences Centre's emergency room?
The Honourable First Minister.
There you go with the pretend again, Madam Speaker. There are 200 more nurses hired year over year, 300 more than were ever working as nurses in the system under the NDP, and close to $400 million more dollars being invested in the healthcare system. So much for the member's phony theory, the one he tried to espouse before the election, during the election, and now obviously hasn't got any new material yet to write.
Baloney.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the problem with this Premier is that he fires 200 nurses, then he hires them back and said, hey, we hired 200 nurses. The numbers just don't add up when it comes to this First Minister.
Order.
Madam Speaker, day after day, he cites the statistics of the Canadian Institute for Health Information. What does CIHI have to say about nursing numbers in Manitoba? Well, they say that there's 500 fewer nurses working in Manitoba today than when the Premier took office. The issue at hand, however, has to do with Health Sciences Centre. As we speak, as we gather here today, 1 in 5 nursing positions are empty in that emergency room. Flu season is approaching. The hospital is saying they have an urgent need for more nurses. Will the Premier admit today that his cuts are making it more difficult to hire nurses in our healthcare system?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, what the member seems to find difficult to admit, Madam Speaker, is that he's wrong. He continues to cite a CIHI number that was clarified 5 days later by CIHI.
That's right.
He uses the old stat that was mistakenly misrepresented and then corrected. He refuses to use the actual data, the actual honest information. There's more nurses working in the system than ever before. And the fact is the system has been recognized as making more improvements than every other region in the country of Canada, Madam Speaker. So our wait times are getting shorter. The challenges remain, and the challenges are being addressed, as opposed to the previous government where the challenges remain unaddressed and the system deteriorated. We're getting better care sooner for Manitobans.
Good.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Unfortunately, it sounds like flu season is going to get here, but we won't have more nurses when it arrives. And it's exclusively a result of the cuts this Premier has overseen to our healthcare system. We know that Manitobans want a government that is going to show real leadership and real action when it comes to solving the climate crisis. We also know that because of the investments that our province has made over the past 5 decades, that we have a real opportunity to be a leader when it comes to solving this climate crisis. We know that Manitobans want a safe, a clean, and a healthy environment for all of our kids to grow up in for the generations to come. That's why it's so puzzling that the Premier has already made so many mistakes when it comes to the newest Crown Corporation, Efficiency Manitoba. To start with, he has cut the furnace replacement program. This is a program that would help Manitobans reduce their carbon footprint. Why is the Premier cutting the very program that helps Manitobans do their part to solve the climate crisis?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, the intriguing wait continues, Madam Speaker, for the NDP's next position on respect of environmental cleanup. They had one in May, but they changed it in June, and then they flipped it to something different in July, and then they came up with a plan where there'd be $300 million of hydro money used to give everybody a rebate before they had even decided how they were going to address a carbon tax from Ottawa. One they supported for 3 years, which now they say they don't. So it's hard to say where the NDP is on this, except to know that their record is one of ignoring the problem and hoping it'll just get better by itself. Madam Speaker, we have a green plan for Manitoba that's exciting, and we're enacting it. It's a Made in Manitoba plan. It was designed by Manitobans. It was designed for Manitobans. And we're going to continue to make sure that Manitoba maintains and strengthens its clean green reputation.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, careful observers of question period will note that nowhere in that answer did the Premier actually say the words efficiency Manitoba, and it's no wonder that he is embarrassed of this Crown Corporation that they've launched. It's probably more rightly called Inefficiency Manitoba, seeing as how not only does it duplicate services that were already offered previously, but it is being delivered in a very inefficient fashion, Madam Speaker. Now, again, ending the furnace replacement program is a mistake because it will make it more expensive for people in Manitoba to do the right thing when it comes to the environment. And as a result, it will lead to us increasing our carbon footprint as the province of Manitoba. So will the Premier cancel this experiment with Inefficiency Manitoba rather, and commit to renewing programs that help Manitobans reduce their carbon footprints?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, interestingly, Madam Speaker, the NDP leader has, I suppose, the benefit of naivety when it comes to understanding the history of the previous NDP government when it came to Efficiency Manitoba. And other members over there who remain from that time do not have the benefit of such naivety. The NDP released a green plan, Madam Speaker, for which they failed to meet every single target. In 2011, they said their number one item, their number one priority was to take PowerSmart out of Hydro's hands and create Efficiency Manitoba.
That's right.
However, they didn't do that, Madam Speaker. They didn't do it in 12.
Research is
They didn't
hard.
do it in 13, 14, 15, or 16. Then they released a new plan a few weeks before the provincial election in 16. And at that point in time, according to the Auditor General, their plan involved taking every gas and diesel using vehicle off the roads of Manitoba. Madam Speaker, this is the height of naivety, and the member opposite continues that naivety where we implement a Made in Manitoba Green Plan to protect our environment. He continues to spout empty rhetoric. Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the contrast is very clear. On that side of the House, all they have is cheap, partisan attacks and lawsuits. Lawsuits that I would add, nobody in Manitoba believes is actually going to do anything to help solve the climate crisis. On this side of the House, on the other hand, we have a team working hard each and every day to help solve the climate crisis and to deliver Manitobans the change that they need when it comes to the environment. I'll tell you one thing that is not going to help us meet the challenge of our time, Madam Speaker, and that is this Premier's misguided decision to cut the Affordable Energy Fund. And along the way, he has also changed the mandate of the Affordable Energy Fund. This was actually supposed to help Manitobans reduce their use of natural gas and, by extension, reduce their carbon footprints. However, he has removed that mandate from the Affordable Energy Fund, and as a result is making yet another decision that will lead to us missing the science-based targets we know we need to hit if we are going to meet the challenge of our time.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable First Minister.
I appreciate any preamble from the member opposite on credibility, Madam Speaker. The NDP failed to take action on greenhouse gas reduction targets. They critically endangered the sustainability of our animals in our province. We established new night hunting regulations that respect treaty rights and ensure that night hunting doesn't occur anymore. We established a $100 million conservation trust. They presided over a period when Lake Winnipeg was named the most endangered lake in the world. Under the NDP, they destroyed our fishery. We've reestablished our fishery and passed the Sustainable Watersheds Act to improve the health of our waterways. Madam Speaker, we are taking action on green. They talk green. The only green they ever cared about was the green in the pockets of Manitoba families.
The Honourable Member for St. James.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Pallister government has established a pattern of political interference in our Crown corporations, first at Manitoba Hydro and then at MPI. Yesterday, we learned that the new minister interfered again. He stopped Efficiency Manitoba from following the rules and has undermined the oversight role of the pub in the process. And he stopped Efficiency Manitoba from submitting their plan for all Manitobans to see. Why has the minister interfered in the work of Efficiency Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations and Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate a question from the member opposite about political interference. Let me remind the member who is new to this House, and I welcome him to this House, about a little project called the Bipole 3, Madam Speaker.
Let's hear about it.
Yeah, let's hear about it. We'll educate the members opposite, Madam Speaker, on Bipole 3. 500 kilometers further down the west side. $1 billion more invested, Madam Speaker.
Ouch.
In a waste of money, Madam Speaker. A waste of taxpayers' money, Madam Speaker.
Ouch.
Where the NDP failed with Bipole 3, Madam Speaker, we'll get it right with Efficiency Manitoba.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for St. James on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Section 12 of the Act says that the minister can only approve Efficiency Manitoba's plans after the pub has reviewed and made its own recommendations. The minister is interfering in this independent process for political reasons, and he is breaking his own law in the process. That's wrong, and it's denying Manitobans the right to review the plans of our Crown corporations. Why is the minister politically interfering in the work of a Crown corporation?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Services.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And back in 2014, Madam Speaker, when the PUB made the recommendation for the NDP government at the time, Madam Speaker, to move forward with Efficiency Manitoba, Madam Speaker, what did they do?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing, Madam Speaker. The NDP have a record of doing nothing with recommendations, Madam Speaker, for the betterment of all Manitobans, Madam Speaker. 2016, we moved forward. We will continue to move forward with Efficiency Manitoba and our partners at Efficiency Manitoba, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. James on a final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we can see, we still don't have a response as to why this minister is breaking his government's own law. The Pallister government is directing the activities of Efficiency Manitoba from the minister's office. What's more, he's attacking the role of the Public Utilities Board. The minister passed a regulation ending the furnace replacement program in August, and that program helped homeowners invest in a new furnace. And that program was created by order of the pub. The government cannot ignore the pub's orders whenever it pleases. Why is the minister ignoring legitimate pub orders and making it harder for Manitobans to be more efficient and keep more money in their pockets?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate a question from the member on breaking the law, Madam Speaker. Back in 2011, Madam Speaker, the NDP went door to door in our province, knocked on every door, Madam Speaker, and promised that they would not raise the PST. Madam Speaker, that was nonsense, the leader at the time said. Total nonsense, Madam Speaker. 14 months later, Madam Speaker, we know what they did. They broadened the PST, and then they raised it from 7 to 8%, Madam Speaker. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that I'm extremely pleased to be working with the Board of Efficiency Manitoba, the great work they've done. Unlike the member, the leader of the NDP, throwing them under the bus, Madam Speaker, we will support Efficiency Manitoba.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Madam Speaker, Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited are under constant attack with unprecedented levels of violence. The National Inquiry concluded violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited persons is genocide. And I quote, "The truths shared in the National Inquiry hearings tell the story, or more accurately, thousands of stories of acts of genocide against First Nation, Inuit, and Métis women and girls. This violence amounts to a race-based genocide. The commissioners demand governments do better, do more. And what is the Premier's response to this? Nothing. What is the Premier waiting for to act on the National Inquiry recommendations?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government continues to be involved in community-based, intergovernmental and interdepartmental work to help address the issues related to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And our government is engaging with community organizations, as well as the National Inquiry Commission and the federal government, to ensure that supports will be in place.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a supplementary
Madam
question.
Speaker, the report is a valuable tool for governments and leaders to improve systemic failures in ensuring that Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited peoples are protected. When asked in estimates if the minister is committed to implementing the recommendations, the minister's response, and I quote, "There has been no public statement in this point, and I would think that we would probably be waiting for a statement of process from the federal government as it is their initiative," end quote. It is simply unacceptable to delay taking action on the implementation of recommendations. What is this minister waiting for?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're examining opportunities for collaboration with the Indigenous leaders and communities in determining our shared priorities and next steps. Manitoba has worked in a collaborative partnership with the families, the organizations, and our chiefs and grand chiefs, and presented a united voice to the national inquiry, and we will continue working with these avenues and partners to continue the work with all of Manitobans.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a final supplementary.
Tina Fontaine, Jennifer Catchaway, Charisse Houle, Claudette Osborne are not just tragic statistics. They are all of our relatives who are wanting and needing justice. Real action is needed now, not whenever the minister and the premier decide to make this an issue. We have a premier who's waiting for Justin Trudeau to tell him what to do on MMIWG. The premier needs to immediately direct all of his departments to undertake a review and action immediately on all of the recommendations. Will the premier and his ministers agree to do so today?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Relations.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge the many organizations that have been working diligently for years to support the families. This work has been ongoing, and the fact that we did have an inquiry in Canada is a very significant step. But there are many people and many organizations, whether it's in Winnipeg or throughout the province of Manitoba, that are always willing to help and are there supporting families, supporting survivors, and our government has now a gender-based violence committee of cabinet. We are working with these groups and organizations, and we will continue. Our Department of Justice has instilled steps to work with the law enforcement to ensure that they are also a part of this. We will all be engaged. We will do it.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Manitoba lost nearly 10,000 people to other provinces last year, the worst such loss since 1989. On top of this, the Conference Board is projecting near recession conditions. Simply put, the Pallister government's actions have contributed to lack of opportunities for young people in this province, and as a result, they're leaving. A generation of young people are leaving this province. Madam Speaker, why is this minister running away from his responsibilities to grow our economy and opportunities for young people?
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Madam Speaker, before I address the member's question, I would like to tell the House that I was at the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce annual general meeting just before lunch hour today, and we certainly want to welcome the new chairperson, Jessica Dumas, as the incoming chairperson of the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce. As for the member's question, Madam Speaker, for 17 years the NDP drove business and drove investment out of Manitoba. This government is encouraging and giving opportunities for businesses to invest in Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for St. Vital on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thousands of good jobs have been lost in our public sector. Thousands more are being lost right now in northern Manitoba. And this Pallister's government has cut hundreds of millions in capital spending. This government's approach has been harsh and unnecessary. Their own public commitments up to even a year ago were for a much slower approach. Their actions have contributed to a serious problem. Nearly 10,000 people have left to other provinces last year, the worst since 1989. Why has this minister and this premier cut so hard so fast when they promised they wouldn't?
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Well, speaking of jobs, Madam Speaker, besides Manitoba Works kickoff this morning, I'm very pleased to tell the House about Patterson Global Foods, their $93 million private investment. And on top of that, 70 new private sector jobs, which will have increased impact on the agricultural industry in Manitoba. Lots of new jobs, private sector jobs coming to Manitoba.
The honourable member for St. Vital on a final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister and the Premier have promised a different approach. They have not delivered on that. The public service is smaller than under the Filmon government. Thousands of jobs are being lost in the north. 10,000 people have left the province of Manitoba for other opportunities in other provinces. This Pallister government could have made different choices, could have had a measured approach to balance, sustained capital spending that could have invested in our north and a healthy public service. They haven't. Will this minister change course and choose a path that is different and better for all Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister of Growth, Enterprise and Trade.
Madam Speaker, Manitoba is leading the country in terms of private sector investment. We're reducing trade barriers to help those businesses in Manitoba increase their trade all across country. We signed the new U.S. partnership agreement after coming into government, which the former government refused to do. We are helping our businesses grow the economy in Manitoba by reducing red tape. The list goes on and on. Manitoba's on fire in terms of creating jobs, and no help from the NDP.
Yeah. The honourable member for Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, farmers feed the world, but our farmers are facing exceptional challenges this year. Manitoba's beef producers have faced enduring droughts in Manitoba. Access to feed has been especially challenging. It truly is a disaster for thousands of producers across the province. Will the minister commit to exceptional programming like agri-recovery to ensure that the producers can cope with this incredible challenge?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome my new critic to his role and welcome you to the House. Of course, the situation in Interlake and other parts of the province, there certainly has been some dry conditions. On Monday, I asked my department through MASC to defer loan payments for 6 months with a review of another 6 months, as well as we asked for an increase from the agri-stability from 50% to 75% in order to give them the cash flow they need to make them stable and whole.
The honourable member for Burrows on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, 12 rural municipalities declared a state of agricultural emergency. The Manitoba beef producers are calling for more action from this government, including using an agri-recovery initiative to aid our beef producers. Given these calls and the challenges our producers face, it is entirely reasonable that the minister consider an agri-recovery initiative. Will the minister even consider the use of agri-recovery?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. In regards to the beef producers, I did meet with them actually yesterday morning at 7 a.m. in the afternoon. I met with the 12 municipalities that were affected. I can tell the House that I'm pleased that under our consultation and making sure we get the right programs in place at the right time for our producers, we'll continue to have that dialogue. Unlike the previous government, we consult with our farmers and our farm organizations.
The honourable member for Burrows on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, our producers need strong support to endure these conditions. The current initiatives proposed by the minister are simply not enough. We need to ensure all producers, and especially our young producers, can make it through these challenging times. Will the minister commit to an agri-recovery program, and why won't he commit to even considering it?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Considering whatever the members want to be talking about is what we do with our beef producers, our cattle producers, our farm families to ensure our programs are in place at the right time for our farmers to make those farm decisions about next year and future years We want our producers, no matter where they are in whatever sector of the farm business, to make sure those programs work for them, and we'll do exactly that.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, we're very concerned this government is not adapting to the reality of caring for seniors who are living longer. Seniors living in our personal care homes today have much more challenging health care conditions than those who were in similar homes even 5 years ago. And yet the staffing formula or minimum personnel requirement is over 20 years old. Too few care aides and nurses are adequately trained to look after residents with dementia and multiple chronic health conditions. I ask on behalf of many, in particular Dolores Minkus-Hoffney, who is in the gallery today, will the minister increase training and staffing requirements for personal care homes in Manitoba to bring them up to date?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
I thank the member for a question about how this government is working to expand services and expand capacity when it comes to personal care homes. This morning I had the opportunity to be joined by the member for Steinbach as well as other members of the House in Steinbach to officially turn the sod for a brand new 143-bed personal care home.
The honourable member for River Heights on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, it's not enough to build new spaces. We must provide excellent care for seniors already in homes. One child of a personal care home resident said, "It was easier to watch my dad die in the personal health care home than to watch him live in the personal care home." This is not a one-off occurrence. Nurses and aides are often so overworked that they don't have time to help patients with basic needs, like making it to a washroom or being fed on time. Fresh fruit has been replaced with frozen. Quality nutrition and being treated with dignity are basic elements of health care. Quality food is one of the real pressures.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for that preamble. It gives me an opportunity to say that last week I was able to attend personally the official opening of the Alzheimer's Center of Excellence at Riverview Health Center in Winnipeg. This is another one of the facilities like the Steinbach new Rest Haven home that will feature not hospital-like environments for people, but home-like environments for people in neighborhood-style approaches on the most recent data, using best practice, all the ways that we are driving forward better understandings of how to provide appropriate spaces for our seniors when they need those spaces.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for River Heights on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I heard from relatives of personal care home residents that they were told over and over again that their loved ones just came here to die. Relatives are regularly angry, frustrated, disappointed, and shocked at the care their loved ones now received in personal care homes in too many places in Manitoba. It is our liberal belief that seniors toward the end of their lives should be able to live where they are cared for well and with respect. Does the minister believe that personal care homes are just places for seniors to die? Or is this government willing to invest to make sure residents have the best possible quality of life in their last few days, months, and years?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Madam Speaker, once again, the member's style is regrettable. It's a personal insult to everyone who works hard every day in personal care homes to provide exceptional care for our seniors. That member should apologize.
That's not leadership material.
Oh, order, please. Order, please. I would ask the table to stop the clock, please. I have on numerous occasions had to stand in this house when we are experiencing heckling or language and behaviors that are unacceptable to the deliverance of democracy in a province. And the member for River Heights has just yelled across the House in a very, very inappropriate way to a member across. And I would ask the member, because what he did was extremely rude and inappropriate. And I know there's a lot of passion around these issues, but that does not allow us to go down that road of poor behavior in here like that, because that's not going to solve any problems, or it's not going to enhance progress in democracy, nor is it a good example for our kids or any of the guests that happen to be watching. I would ask the member for River Heights to apologize for his outburst. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, I will not apologize after what the minister said.
I would urge the member for River Heights to give this some very serious concern and to give some serious thought to what he has just done and to my request. Certainly, if he wants to serve his constituents best, his presence in the chamber is certainly a better way to serve his constituents than to be away from this chamber and other opportunities in this House to represent his constituents. I know the issue can be a very passionate one. We all do care about a lot of those issues, but there are rules that are important and rules that we must abide by in this House. And I would urge the member, I will give him one more chance, because I think he was elected to serve as his constituents here, and in respect to his constituents, he may want to give some thought and rise in this House and apologize for his outburst. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, after what the minister said and accused me of, I will not apologize.
I will give the member a third and final chance to apologize to this House, withdraw his comments, and apologize his House. And I would ask the member to do that. This is the third and final opportunity he will get. The Honourable Member for River Heights. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, the minister accused me of insulting seniors when I'm standing up for them. I will not apologize for standing up for seniors.
I have requested, directed, and instructed the member to explain or withdraw his comments and apologize. I have no alternative but to name Mr. John Gerard, the Honourable Member for River Heights, pursuant to our rules for disregarding the authority of the chair, and to direct that he withdraw from the chamber for the remainder of this day. I'm not sure that the Minister of Health had finished his response, or whether he wishes to continue with it. There may be a few seconds left. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, this government is tremendously proud of the work that we have done since 2016 to engage with experts and communities and seniors to better understand how to develop models that will serve our seniors better. I'm proud of that work. I want to apologize for the work that we've done and the results that we're getting for all seniors.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our PC government understands the importance of growing the private sector to build a brighter economic future for our province. When we formed government in 2016, we sent a clear signal that Manitoba was once again open for business.
Here.
And the results are clear. Manitoba is now leading the country in private sector capital investment.
Check.
This morning, a very exciting announcement was made regarding a new facility that will bring even more private sector investment to our province. Can the Minister of Agriculture share the details of this announcement with the House?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning, Patterson Global Foods announced a $93 million oat processing facility to be located at the northwest part of Winnipeg and around their terminal around the perimeter. This will create 70 new jobs to set us forward with our $40,000 new jobs going into the future. This will help Manitoba become the #1 most improved province in all of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Madam Speaker, we know that supporting programs that build community and help give young people hope and opportunity is a central duty of government. And yet we see year after year the Pallister government is failing in this duty. After freezing funds and cutting supports, we've now learned that Neighbourhoods Alive was cut by 25% last year. That's $1.3 million less for communities and youth programs that are desperately needed. And what's worse, the minister hid this cut from Manitobans for months, while its impact that it's having on communities is real. Why did this minister cut $1.3 million from Neighbourhoods Alive?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we're very proud of the partnership that we've made with all our community organizations, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, we announced last year rolling in 7 old funding agreements, Madam Speaker, to one, Building Sustainable Communities, Madam Speaker, which was more inclusive across Manitoba and the City of Winnipeg. That is working very well, Madam Speaker, would continue to work well, and we will continue to fund our friends in community organizations.
The Honourable Member for Concordia on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, in my own community, we can see the impact that the work that the Chalmers Neighbourhood Renewal Corporation has in that community. Neighbourhoods Alive has helped them make life better for families. They helping people improve their homes, access to better healthy food, access to recreation opportunities for kids and for families. But instead of using those Neighbourhoods Alive funds to help these organizations and youth, the minister decided to cut $1.3 million. The impact is real and the ability to act is there, but the minister has made the choice to cut instead. Why did the minister cut over $1 million of support from Neighbourhoods Alive?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And this year, just for the record, Madam Speaker, and the member opposite, we have invested over $7.7 million, Madam Speaker, in 227 community projects throughout Winnipeg and Manitoba, Madam Speaker. That doesn't sound like a cut to me, Madam Speaker.
No.
That sounds like good support for our neighborhood friends and families that need it at the grassroots, at the ground level, Madam Speaker. We will continue to do that.
Right.
The Honourable Member for Concordia on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the reality is, according to this minister's own report, that for the past 3 years, Neighbourhoods Alive has been under attack by this Pallister government. First, they froze the funding, and then they continued to make cuts year over year. Then they refused to tell the public that they cut an additional $1.3 million that won't be going to help families access good quality housing and safer communities. It won't be going to helping children and youth access recreational services in their community, and it won't be going to help build up our communities for our most vulnerable Manitobans. That's a choice that this government made, and it's wrong. Will the minister reverse his cut to Neighborhoods Alive today?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Relations.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker, and we are certainly proud of an area called Building Sustainable Communities, Madam Speaker, that really the NDP had 17 years, Madam Speaker, to deal with 7 old programs that have been around for years that quite frankly left hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table, Madam Speaker.
Wow.
That's correct. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table that should have been going to the front lines of neighborhood community organizations right across this great province, Manitoba. Madam Speaker, where they failed, community organizations, we're going to get it right.
Right.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Madam Speaker, the Pallister government reduced its actual year-over-year funding to child protection last year by $19.5 million. This is the largest such reduction in the last generation. We wish we could attribute this to a reduction in children in care, but it's unfortunate that is not the case. Through creative accounting, the minister has made reductions on paper, but we need to continue the growth. Why has the minister reduced the funding for child protection?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Well, in fact, Madam Speaker, the member opposite is quite wrong, again, with the facts, Madam Speaker. In fact, we had the first reduction in the number of kids in care a couple of years ago, Madam Speaker, and once again, I am proud to say today that we have reduced those number of kids in care again in Manitoba.
The time for oral questions has expired. Petitions, grievances, orders of the day, government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, could you canvass the House to see if there's leave to allow the Standing Committee considering Bill 22 on Monday evening, October 7th, 2019 to start at 6:30 p.m.?
Is there leave to allow the Standing Committee considering Bill 22 on Monday evening, October 7th, 2019 to start at 6:30 p.m.? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank the House for that leave. I would then like to announce that the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development will meet on Monday, October 7th, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. to consider Bill number 22, the Business Registration, Supervision, and Ownership Transparency Act, various acts amended.
It has been announced that the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development will meet on Monday, October 7th, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. to consider Bill number 22, the Business Registration, Supervision, and Ownership Transparency Act, various acts amended. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, could you please resolve into Committee of Supply?
It has been announced that the House will consider estimates this afternoon. The House will now resolve into Committee of Supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Will the Committee of Supplies please come to order? This section of Committee of Supplies now resumes consideration for the estimates for the Department of Health, Senior and Active Living. At this time, I invite the ministerial and opposition staff to enter the chamber. He's on the foundation. Dr. Silvers. Okay, I'll get the minister to introduce his staff that just entered the chamber. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have with me in the chamber this afternoon Deputy Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living, Karen Hurd, who I should add, I believe, is at this time the longest serving Deputy Minister of Health in the entire country, and she is a valuable member of this team. Mr. Riel Cluche, who is the WRHA Chief Executive Officer. I have Mr. Dan Skwarchuk from Resources and Performance, the ADM and CFO, I believe we can also say. And we also have Nathan Clark, who is a Dallas Cowboys fan. Oh, sorry, I have that wrong. I have a correction for the record. He's a Detroit Lions fan, and he's also, incidentally, my special assistant.
And I'll also get the member for Union Station to introduce the staff member.
We have Chris Sanderson, our policy analyst.
Okay, thank you.
Amazing.
Okay, as previously agreed, questioning for this department will proceed in a global manner. The floor is open for questions. The honour member for Union Station.
The most recent update released on August 29th detailed that in Phase 2, officials will write a business case related to Chatham Provincial Labs and develop recommendations relating to private lab and imaging services. Is the minister's intention to privatize lab services?
The honourable minister.
No.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Is the minister's intention to privatize diagnostic services?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member should understand, of course, that when it comes to diagnostic services, right now in this system, of course, there is private delivery of services. That exists now in the system. There's a mix within our system of diagnostic services that are provided in facility and hospitals, but there's also facilities now that are not owned by Shared Health, not owned by the health authorities, and not owned by the Department of Health that provide diagnostic services. And patients and clients can go there and receive services, and those, of course, those services are knit into our system. There is interface in the system. I'm thinking about things like digital mammography. There's, of course, the same can be said about private labs, like DynaCare that operates many labs throughout the province, in Winnipeg, around the province. As a matter of fact, I recently saw a notice that DynaCare is looking to extend hours of operations to make it easier to find locations where people can park, where they can have more confidence around consistent hours of operation. They're calling them super labs. And I think it's a very good investment for our area, for Manitoba. I think it shows very good partnership on the part of DynaCare that the members will know over the last number of years was acquiring labs from various groups, doctor groups and other. So they were consolidating their holdings, and they provide excellent services. But I'm pleased to see this more recent investment in capacity so that people have that knowledge of where to go. So like I said, to the member's question, I can recall that in late August, there was a notice put out, and I believe the NDP seized on this notice and said, this is evidence that diagnostic services in Manitoba is going to be privatized, when in fact what that notice was actually doing was just indicating an update in terms of how DSM is coming into Shared Health. There's a publicly available document on the government's website, on the government's transformation of the healthcare system site, where all members can actually see the pathway. And I have a copy here. I won't hold it up to the microphone, but I will say for the record that it's available publicly, and it shows that Wave 1, consolidation, Wave 2, transforming the system, and that Wave 3, optimizing our system. And you can see how one of those work streams actually relates to transitioning provincial clinical programs to Shared Health, including diagnostics and EMS and patient transport in Wave 2. You see how CADM Provincial Lab is coming under that same Shared Health framework. This includes Selkirk Mental Health Hospital. The members and I, over the course of the last few days, have had the opportunity to talk about how it is that in a future state, the Department of Health won't deliver frontline healthcare services, as was the case with Selkirk Mental Health Hospital. So clearly, the members should understand right now, there is diagnostic services that is private. Right now, there is private lab. Our system has always been an array of publicly and privately provided services. Doctors who have clinics are private providers to the system. What is important is results. What is important in future state, that our system is better able to work together as a single coordinated system. What is important in the future is that the needs of patients are put first, and that we get better results, which for so many years under the NDP were elusive.
Member for Union Station.
Thank you. Is the minister currently considering any private offerings, any proposals that would increase the current percentage of diagnostic services that are privatized? And is there an intention with the transition of the health transformation for diagnostic services to be wholly privatized?
The Honourable Minister.
So I think I know where the member is exploring here. So in answer to the question, I'll say a few things. But the first thing I'll say is that we have in this province now a mixed model. We have a mixed model whereby services are provided directly through the public system, and the system also procures services from the private sector. That is not a new facet. That is a description of our system going back for many, many, many years. As I mentioned previously, when you even think about the way doctors practice, unless they're contract doctors directly in the employment of a regional health authority or other entity, then those doctors are actually fee-for-service doctors, which means they are essentially working as independent contractors to the system. They are licensed and they have a registration number, and then they bill the system for services provided choosing from lists of tariffs and fees and billing codes. These doctors, if they incorporate, if they have a clinic, that overhead, that capital investment, any staff complement they maintain, their insurance and their building upkeep and their triple net and all other overhead, their advertising, their payroll and back office and finance functions, all of those things are undertaken by those private doctors who are in the system as private entities providing services to the system. Public and publicly insured services provided by private contractors. So I would say to the member that it doesn't matter if you are Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, Quebec, Nova Scotia, all jurisdictions would exhibit certain of these same features of the mixed model in Canada under the Canada Health Act. We know that the Canada Health Act is built and describes the services that are the insured services, and there's a broad array of medical activities that happen within our system, some within and some without of that framework. Let me give some examples. For instance, you can drive down Kenniston Highway and kitty corner to the IKEA store is the Western Surgery Center. The Western Surgery Center does surgery on a cost basis outside of the system. But the Western Surgery Center also performs surgeries for the system in the WRHA. Services including cataracts, services including circumcisions. I think they might even do medically ordered breast reductions and other services as well, and have for years. Under the NDP government, this private array of doctors incorporated under this company name, Western Surgery Center, provides services into the public system, as did the Maples Surgical Center under the NDP, in contract and in agreement with the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority and Manitoba Health Seniors and Active Living. The Maples was founded in 2001 and offers a range of uninsured surgical procedures. And over time, they had service purchase agreements, as I said, with Health and the WRHA. So our system is a mix of private and public provision of service, and we are unideological about the ratio of that mix. But what we are adamant about is focusing on outcomes, focusing on getting better results, focusing on driving down wait times, focusing on creating capacity, focusing on coordinating our health care center to focus on patients. And that's the work that we're undertaking.
The honourable member for Union Station.
What is the current percentage of private diagnostic services currently being delivered, and will that increase?
The Honourable Minister.
To the member's question, it's not something that the system measures when it comes to the percentage of services privately provided in diagnostics. We don't have such a measure that we could provide to the member, but I can take the opportunity to talk about diagnostics and talk about the future state of the healthcare system under the Bill 10 as our government introduced it, the Regional Health Authorities Act, which we introduced and which is a big part of this government's transformation of the healthcare system. Bill 10 foresees a system in health wherein the Department of Health will be able to commission for services in future. And commissioning is an important word, because what it describes is that the government would have the ability to set minimum standards, to hold delivery agents accountable for the quality of this work, to enter into service purchase agreement arrangements with these groups. So the framework would be one of quality, where there would be performance metrics set out, and the government would be able to add capacity in the system in a way that ensured that the public was protected, in that capacity was added. And now in the past, like I said, governments have gone out and solicited for more activities in the system. What the difference is this more coordinated way for us to do it, the framework in which we could do that. So I'm thinking back to, I don't know exactly when the advent was of the time when the government of Manitoba first solicited activities, health activities from the Western Surgical Center. I know some of the people who were the founders of that particular Western Surgical Center. I believe one of them was actually the father-in-law of the current Deputy Minister of Finance. That goes back some time in history. But one of the individuals who had the vision to incorporate in this way. I don't know when the province first started to subscribe onto the activities of that center. What we're talking about is the ability to do so, but in a coordinated way, one with protections to the system, setting performance metrics. Like I said, this should all be the focus on, this should all be for the focus on patient safety, on getting more quality procedures in our system. When groups of doctors incorporate, the benefit to our system is that we don't have to pay for the capital to build a clinic for those doctors. If a group of nurse practitioners come together and have a practice, we don't have to pay for those nurse practitioners to hire their staff, or to clear the snow, or to have security, or to pay their property tax bill, or to do their taxes, or to meet their payroll. All of that risk and all of that activity is undertaken by them. And we can, in a simplistic way, a very streamlined way, enter into the services that they would provide. So I'm happy to have a conversation about adding more capacity to the system in diagnostics, adding more capacity to the system in laboratory. But I'll say again, I'm quite unideological, and our government is quite unideological about where those services are solicited. We are highly driven, though, to get better results in healthcare, better healthcare sooner for all Manitobans.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Does the minister believe that there will be reductions in staffing in the healthcare sector as a result of the direction that things seem to be progressing? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the opportunity to provide an update to information that I put on the record earlier this week. It turns out that I have to offer a correction for some earlier numbers that I had given on the number of hires in the WRHA since June the 1st. So I have to correct the record because I understated the number of individuals hired into positions since June the 1st in the WRHA. When I had earlier cited the number of 258, it turns out that that was just the number of full-time, part-time, and casual positions hired at Health Sciences Centre and St. Boniface Hospital. Turns out that did not include the other hospitals and sites in the WRHA and in Winnipeg, and so I want to include for the record the following. At Concordia since June the 1st, 26 new hires. Grace Hospital, 66 new hires. Seven Oaks, 25 new hires. Victoria, 28 new hires and 1 new hire at Shared Health, meaning when you combine this with the earlier information that I provided at Health Sciences Centre and St. Boniface Hospital, the total number of hires in the WRHA, Winnipeg Hospital, these are just, of course, nursing hires. Total number of nursing hires is 403, up sharply from the 258 that I earlier cited. So I'm happy to correct the record. I would secondly say to the member that currently posted positions on the Health Sciences Centre website for adult emergency and medicine are a number of permanent positions. General duty nurses in medicine, in the high observation unit. I see a gastroenterology clinic repost for a general duty nurse. I see general duty nurses in emergency and clinical assessment unit and another one in emergency. I see a unit assistant. I see a medicine general duty nurse here. I see general duty nurses for medicine subacute, a number of them. I see more unit assistants. I see a nurse clinician for bleeding disorder services. I see a general duty nurse for critical care, another one for emergency, another one for medicine acute. These are all positions that are currently posted. We're hiring. As a matter of fact, earlier today, the Leader of the Opposition tried to go back to a tediously well-worn path that the NDP has tried before, trying to assert that the number of nurses working in Manitoba was down. What the member didn't include in his earlier statement today was the fact that he was referring to data by CIHI that CIHI almost immediately offered an explanation for. They actually retracted their statement. They issued a qualification specific to the Manitoba nurse numbers. Now, I imagine when you're CIHI and you are the preeminent Canadian health information authority, and you're offering, you're submitting a qualification of the Manitoba data, that can't be a happy call into jurisdiction when they go and make that call and say to those groups, why did you change in this year the manner in which nurses are indicating who their employer was? And that was exactly what was going on in Manitoba. The data didn't make sense to us when it came out. It showed somehow some variance that we couldn't explain. What was explained later on is that for the first time ever, nurses were, it was made voluntary whether they would decide whether or not to declare who their employers were. So some decided not to declare. The data interpreted that as a reduction. In fact, when calculated properly, the number of nurses working in Manitoba at that time was 201 nurses higher, not lower. It is damaging the members' own credibility when they continue to reassert when those numbers are down, when CIHI CIHI said, and I quote, "Due to voluntary reporting of CIHI of employment status in Manitoba, employment numbers may be understated. Please use with caution."
The Honourable Minister's time is up. The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Minister, please clarify the current nursing vacancies in WRHA per hospital.
The Honourable Minister.
So I'm happy to re-explore a lot of the territory that we've been over in the last 3 days and potentially 8 to 10 hours of the Committee of Supply for Health. We've had a very fulsome conversation about vacancies in the system, and we had a good discussion around what our government continues to say is the necessity to explore how to find faster pathways in human resource to hire nurses. And I was able to convey to these members in the House that we have significant complexity in our system when it comes to hiring a nurse. I explained and I gave that example how if you had a nurse position advertised, and I just read out probably 15 new nurse positions to be advertised. Now imagine for every one of those 15 positions I just read out, that you have to have a contest and you have to solicit for applications. And then those applications are received and they are vetted and they are shortlisted and interviews take place and adjudication process takes place and a scoring is done and the position is awarded. And then immediately all of that work is discarded. If that was the first position on that list that I just read, now that same work starts again for the second job posted. Our system has no way to capture the fact that we might be hiring, I don't know how many of those positions I just read were the same category and the same classification. I think I must have read out at least 5 general nurse, duty nurse, medicine, subacute category. And imagine, we have no way to say we're hiring 5. We can only hire 1, go through the whole process, discard all of the applicants who must then reapply into that process. Now the reason I say this is because when I was still relatively new to my role, and I'm guessing, and I could be wrong here, I thought it was last fall, perhaps late last fall. I remember we announced as a government that we would be hiring additional nurses at St. Boniface Hospital and Health Sciences Center in the area of neonatal intensive care unit. And then almost overnight, the opposition seized on data that said the vacancy rate at NICU has just exploded. And that didn't make sense to us either. I asked officials about it, they scratched their heads, and we went back and checked the numbers, and here's what we discovered. That the moment you say you're hiring in the system, the positions are added to the system as vacant. As vacant. They're added as vacancies, which does not even seem like a fair or accurate mechanism to determine the actual level of vacancy in the system. You would think that the system would allow for a new position to be identified, created, filled, and then added to the system for the purposes of data. But no, in this case, someone got really cute and decided that they were going to present that evidence as a vacant position. Well, I cannot tell you the speed with which the Manitoba media ran away from that story, and I cannot tell you the degree of excuses offered by the NDP for trying to seize on that metric. I say that because here are some of the new positions we have created in the system. New nurse positions at the new urgent care at Concordia Hospital. New nurse positions at the St. Boniface Hospital. New nurse positions because of consolidation at Health Sciences Center. New nurse positions throughout the community. New nurse positions in respect of the brand new expansion that we are proud to be opening at Holy Family Personal Care Home here in Winnipeg, where a total of 42 new beds, net new, are coming onto the system. All of those beds requiring new nurses, new allied health workers, new capacity in the system. 16 cardiac beds in the system, new. 42 stabilizer beds, new in the system. And imagine that all of those positions will now represent as vacancies, even though this government is intent and working hard to hire into those positions. We're proud to be building the healthcare system, hiring more nurses, like the 200 more that Kai Hai showed that we hired, and the 200 more that we've committed to hire in the next term.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
And as of today, we've got nurses at HSC, we've got who are understaffed, who are increasingly concerned about what's going to happen in this upcoming flu season as they're stretched beyond their limits. 19.1% currently nurse vacancy. I mean, they're trying to pull nurses. They're asking nurses to please work overtime, nurses from other areas with the skills to contribute to the emergency department. I have a family member who works at the emergency department at HSC. I know how challenging and difficult things at that hospital have been for quite some time. I know how the demands take a toll on frontline service providers. And, You know, the cost to the well-being of our nurses and our healthcare aides and folks simply trying to provide the best care they can is serious and significant. And asking these questions is, you know, not just an exercise in patience on my part, but it's certainly to get a response and get some clarity around an issue that is really impacting folks trying to access healthcare and folks trying to provide healthcare. And as I've stated, you know, I have somebody in my own family who's really struggling or sees the struggles firsthand in terms of the challenges that frontline service providers are experiencing with the increasing burden on the system. And we know that flu season is right around the corner, and that can't be understated, that the tremendous impact it can have and the amount of risk to people's health. We're seeing people sicker and sicker at emergency rooms. We're seeing folks readmitted within 30 days at an increasing rate to services. So with that, I'd like to go back actually to, because the minister didn't provide an answer, and so I'll move on. I'd like to ask the minister specifically about something that was noted in the Phase 2 update. It indicated that more business cases will be made in general in terms of services moving toward more increasing privatization. So if the minister could please provide some clarity around what other services the minister foresees a business case being made for.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I'll start in my response by indicating that the member is incorrect. I heard the Leader of the Opposition earlier today citing a vacancy number for nurses at Health Sciences Centre Emergency Department that was wrong at 1:30 and now at 4 p.m. is as wrong now when the member for Union Station repeats it. This 19.1 number is not accurate. As a matter of fact, we've seen a decrease in the vacancy rate at Health Sciences Centre Emergency Department for nursing vacancies, a significant one, and that vacancy rate now is down 6% from last year, and it is 8.6%. 8.6%, not the 19.1% that member cites, and I would invite them to cite source on that number. Furthermore, the member says that flu season is coming. We agree. Flu season is coming. And flu season is significant, and it is important to be ready. And that is why, as a matter of fact, the Shared Health sent a memo around to nurses to solicit nurses for a pool, people who would be willing to additionally work to meet the demand that we know is coming. Now, the members sound shocked by that. Maybe they are shocked by that. What that is evidence of is planning. That is planning. Not waiting for emergencies to arise before we act, but in advance, making decisions, looking at trends, analyzing the data, looking at workforce availability. If there is a cohort of nurses in the system who are saying, look, I'd be willing to pick up some shifts in the busy season, then we want to know that. And this solicitation for that was evidence of the planning for our emergency departments, which are busy places. I have personally toured the Health Sciences Center Adult Emergency Area. That is a busy place under the direction of Dr. John Sokol. It is a busy place. It is filled with people who are working hard, who care about the system, who are helping patients. We're very, very proud of the more recent investments we've made to create an alternate care area, a lower acuity area within the hospital to allow patients of lower acuity ailments to be diverted, which is good for flow, which is good for all patients, which is good for medical providers. This system is working. It's an example of planning. Now, only very recently, we were made aware of a national shortage when it comes to the supply of influenza vaccine. It's unfortunate. It's not something that Manitoba is working with alone, but all provinces and territories are dealing with it. Public health officials are keeping my office updated. Vaccines are not the only tool, but they are an important tool in reducing the impact that the flu has on our healthcare system. And so we'll be providing updates as they're available, and I can assure all Manitobans that we are working to solve the issue that I understand is the result of one or two companies who are experiencing challenges with production. It's certainly not the first drug shortage in our jurisdiction. I imagine it won't be the last, and I'm not trying to make light of the fact that right now we do have this significant or present challenge to deal with. To the member's other question about what other areas in future might or could be explored to find areas of efficiency, to look with innovation and creativity at our system. We're certainly involved in that work. It's important. We are interested in analyzing the business side of healthcare delivery, because if we can make that more efficient, we can reinvest the saved amount in frontline services. That is our plan, to strengthen frontline services. What are some of those areas? Supply chain, transactional finance, payroll, legal services, food services, digital health, drug services and personal care homes, capital planning. Probably not an exhaustive list, but it gives an idea of some of the areas we could explore. Things like medical drug compounding in facilities where federal regulations are driving the need for new practices. These all would represent areas of possible exploration.
Time is up. The honourable member for Union Station.
And I'll quote Darlene Jackson, the MNU president. I'm hearing from nurses almost on a daily basis that the situation in ERs across Winnipeg is urgent. They are short-staffed, they're working with crushing workloads, and they're drowning. The question I have for the minister, the update also indicates that Wave 2 will include the completion of a detailed operational model and structure for provincial mental health and addiction services within Shared Health. When does the minister think that the operational model and structure will be complete? Yeah.
The Honourable Minister.
I wanted to just offer this further information subsequent to the earlier discussion I had about the NDP's misrepresentation, both today in this legislature and earlier, about the number of nurses working in Manitoba. They tried to seize on data and say that there were 500 nurses fired by the Premier and by our government. And the Manitoba Association for Registered Nurses responded and said that they are a politically neutral organization that takes every opportunity to advocate for nurses in meetings with government and RHA officials. And they say that during election campaigns, it's not uncommon to see facts or data interpreted in favor of one party or the other. And they say that they're aware of that claim by the NDP, which unfortunately is not accurate. This fact was reinforced in the Winnipeg Free Press article. According to the negotiated contract between the MNU and the employers, any rotation changes require that deletion notices must be issued to nurses who are in those current positions. The WRHA reorganization plan required widespread deletion notices and reassignment on hundreds of nurses. And essentially what she's reinforcing is that the number of nurses was 200 up in the province of Manitoba, not 500 down, as in a very partisan way, the assertion of the NDP. I would also say, while we're quoting people within the system, that when I recently met with the Association of Registered Nurses of Manitoba, Mary Smith, RN and MN, Executive Director, said, and I quote, "We are committed to this healthcare transformation." And she spoke about their commitment to a modern and professional nurse workforce who would be more and more in Manitoba able to work to the fullest scope of practice, to be able to seize opportunities within the system, not heavily siloed and constrained and restricted in the ability to move through the system as our system previously was. And we had a very good discussion on a host of issues, and I was so impressed by the optimistic attitude of that organization as we move through those changes. I think it actually bears repeating again. I'll quote it again. We are committed to this healthcare transformation. Mary Smith, Manitoba Association of Registered Nurses. To the member's latest question, about how long the changes in the system will take, I would refer her back to that public document, which gives a very, very good description and a very organized description of the changes taking place by category through 3 successive waves of change. The first wave of which is the transformation, the consolidation of services, which we are largely now completing. And that second wave being that transformation of the system, and the third wave optimizing that system, getting that system to work more as one system. But I can provide the same assurances I provided in other exchanges we've had, which is that we've now largely completed that consolidation work, defining much better than ever before the work of community hospitals, their particular roles, their uniqueness, reforming those teams, articulating better the work of the tertiary hospitals and that more acute level of care. And that means that now the work can be undertaken and is being undertaken to stabilize the workforce, to assist those new combination of professionals and teams as they work together, sometimes in different places, sometimes in different combinations of workers, but in a more coordinated way. And again, I'll say, for the purpose of what? Why do this at all? To get better health care for Manitobans.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, Deputy Speaker. I want to just ask the Minister to be really focused and brief on the questions so that we can get through, a lot of these questions that Manitobans want to know. For instance, they want to know if Ian Shaw is still providing consulting services to the Health Department. Miigwech.
The Honourable Minister.
The member is referring to a contract that Manitoba Health has with Braid Solutions. Braid Solutions continues to provide services to the province of Manitoba and the Department of Health. I remind all members that Braid Solutions was first engaged by the NDP government, and that Braid Solutions provided services to the NDP government in the area of healthcare and in other areas, including health insurance. I believe that Braid Solutions contracted for services under the NDP for Health Sciences Centre. I will clarify that, but I know that those services were for a number of years in contract during the NDP time in office.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech. Can the Minister confirm if Ian Shaw is providing consulting services for Shared Health or the WRHA?
Honourable Minister.
To clarify, the contract that we hold with Braid Solutions and Ian Shaw is under Shared Health. Mr. Shaw acts as the healthcare transformation lead and directs the overall transformation efforts that are being led out of Shared Health.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, I thank the Minister for that answer. Would he please provide who does Ian Shaw report to?
The The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Shaw reports to the Deputy Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech. Can the minister provide his remuneration or and a copy of his contract?
The Honourable Minister.
This is not information that our officials have at the table, but we could endeavor to get the remuneration number for the member. I believe the member is already in possession, perhaps, of the contract. It seems to me that previously the NDP had solicited through a Freedom of Information request for a copy of the contract. Could the member clarify if they already may be in possession of the same material?
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
I can't say a definite yes, but I would ask that the minister provide that, and if it's already been provided, then he should have no reason not to provide us with it again.
The Honourable Minister.
Okay, well, we can verify on our side. We understand here at the table that there have been Freedom of Information requests already to solicit the same information, and we'll check our records to see if this information has already been requested and received, and if not, then we will provide that information.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
I appreciate that. I don't think that we would be asking for it if you'd received it already. I know since I've been in this critic role that I haven't seen a copy of it. So I want to just ask about Vicky Kaminsky now, if she's still providing consulting services to the health department, shared services, or to the WRHA.
The Honourable Minister.
That individual to which the member referred is currently under contract with Shared Health, and I believe that the contract is terminating in the next few weeks.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Can the minister tell us what role Vicki Kaminsky plays, and also who does she report to?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was searching the Peachy report, Quality Assurance Review, to give the member the context for the work that has been commissioned to Vicky Kaminsky. I want to first say that Vicky Kaminsky's role is one of an independent clinical transformation executive. She provides input to the Deputy Minister and the Minister. She has worked, of course, in healthcare systems across this country, in Ontario, in Alberta, in Newfoundland. She is highly qualified. The member will remember that in the assessing Phase 2 David Peachy Analysis and Actions report, based on his assessment of how the changes were going, there was a recommendation that was made by Dr. Peachy to undergo repair and restore activities. And the recommendation was, at that time, for shared health to take a more direct role in the execution of the changes at a governance and executive level. And as a result of that recommendation, we changed the overall project governance and structure. We did that to improve it. The changes that we made include changes to the representation from shared health and the transformation leadership team and the review, assessment, and decision-making processes. The new project structure is now consistent with other transformation leadership team projects. It includes clear goals for shared health and the WRHA, and it outlines roles and responsibilities of other stakeholders. Key changes to the governance of the project also include clearer accountabilities established to the CEO of the WRHA, new leadership, a new project lead for the WRHA, a new project manager, as well as this independent clinical transformation executive. And I can tell you, as a result of the changes we undertook, it's working. That we have been able to get a much better read on the changes as they are occurring in real time. We must emphasize that we put site leaders, COOs and other leaders from the community hospitals and the tertiary hospitals in the room with these teams. And Vicky Kaminsky has been there as well to assist in the work of evaluating the changes, providing eyes and ears, lending her considerable expertise in system change, solving problems, putting out fires, reporting back concerns, escalating issues for interventions, addressing issues before they snowball into larger issues. And I'm going to refer the member to page 24 of the Dr. Peachy Assessing WRHA Phase 2. Clinical governance. The existing clinical governance was fragmented by multiple roles and reporting. Academic leads, shared health leads, and WRHA leads. The fragmentation can be confusing and is redundant. Academic leadership should be protected regardless of the remaining clinical leadership roles. These remaining roles should be aligned with shared health. And so we did that. Dr. Peachy said changes need to be made in order to get a better handle on the changes and to make sure that people are talking to people, communication is taking place, and that the right people are in the room for the plan changes. I can report with confidence these changes have been made, and we thank Ms. Kaminsky for her particular input and her specified role in helping us move these changes along, because we want them to be effective, we want them to be successful, and we want them to assist all of us in getting that better health care for Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Can the minister provide her remuneration and a copy of her contract?
The Honourable Minister.
Endeavor to provide that information to the Minister. It's not information that we have readily available.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Can the Minister confirm if Curtis Burns is still providing consulting services for the Health Department, shared services, or the WRHA?
The Honourable Minister.
The individual that the member mentioned is the current project manager working for KPMG, overseeing the Phase 2 system changes in Winnipeg.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Who does Ian or Curtis Burns report to?
The Honourable Minister.
We already answered the question of who Ian Shaw reports to, and in respect of this other individual, that individual reports to the Healthcare Transformation Lead.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
I was actually asking about Curtis Burns and who Curtis Burns reports to, whether it's the Deputy Minister or the Minister himself.
The Honourable Minister.
As I indicated, Mr. Burns reports directly to the Health Care Transformation Lead.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, I thank the Minister for those direct answers. I'll move on now to some other consultants. Can the Minister indicate what other consultants are working in the healthcare system currently?
The Honourable Minister.
We've been discussing at the table the member's request. I'm not sure that the government could provide a list of the number of contracts in health and in shared health and in the regional health authorities that would have any degree of accuracy. The member knows that contracts to government are a facet of government and the way it works for years and years and years. The member should understand that when she makes the request, she has to understand that, for instance, in the area of capital planning, if the department is undertaking to build a personal care home, and we were delighted to be in Steinbach this morning for the sod turning on the latest personal care home that we are building, and I know that MLA, I was almost going to use his name and I can't do it in the chamber, the MLA for Dawson Trails was there with us today, as was the member for Steinbach and the member also for La Vérendrye. And for instance, in the development of that capital plan and at the event today, there were a number of different consulting companies in the room today. Penco was there, the general contractor. The architect who did the design work. The engineers were there. But also there was the capital group from Southern Health Santé Sud. And I mention that because it was the capital group at Southern Health that would have contracted out for those services. And I should be careful here because in this case, I'm not actually sure with a group like that, that might have been the contract let by the organization. However, of course, if the Southern Health was undertaking to build a hospital, the contracts would come from the region. And the fact of the matter is, if we don't have that capacity in government, like architectural capacity or engineering, we have to get it. And I can't imagine how government would seek to have all of its own engineering and architectural capacity. If government wanted to build a bridge, and we'd say, well, we don't need to go outside of shop because we've got all that capacity in here. But that would mean that every time we're not using that engineer to build a bridge, they would be sitting on their hands, earning a paycheck, but providing no benefit to the province. Look, any professional knows that the reason that the government, provincial, federal, municipal, goes to the private sector to contract is because there is expertise, there is knowledge base, there is a professional service being offered. That individual or group or company or entity is undertaking to ensure that their credentialing is up to date, that their work is of exceptional value, they have liability concerns to attend to, they have professional registration to attend to. This is only one of the areas. Think of all the contracts that could at any one time under either an NDP or a PC government be in place in areas like change management, in areas like ICT, in areas like capital planning, in areas like security. Imagine how just yesterday we had a conversation that went on for hours, or a long time at least, about the recent ICT failure that even now digital health officials and staff are working to correct. A very significant outage, completely blindsided the system, nothing we could prepare for. But I thank once again all those individuals involved in their efforts for restoring those systems. But I imagine it's not without the possibility that right now digital health has partially engaged their workforce to solve these problems and perhaps even awarded a contract to get specific expertise to solve the problems. So I think the member has to understand that the question they're asking would be an unreasonable request. We wouldn't know how to answer with any degree of specificity or accuracy how to report at any one time a snapshot of all the contracts to government. Nevertheless, I think we would all agree that what we're purchasing in those cases is expertise is professional knowledge. We can do it openly and with accountability and in the best interests of all Manitobans to get the best value for money.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas. Which, Deputy Speaker. I just want to again reiterate to the Minister to, we're trying to get through estimates here. We could take the full week. We could take next week as well. Manitobans want to know these answers to these questions that we're asking. So if he could keep his answers brief, to the point, that would be great. We can get through more of these. So I'll go back. Alternatively, can the Minister list all of the consultants or consulting firms currently engaged by the healthcare system? Currently engaged. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the same question asked in a different way. No, neither could the NDP government and a minister have provided that information to a PC critic at a previous time, not with any degree of accuracy. The member is making a very complex request. I just listed, and I won't relist, all the areas, and that's just a sampling of the areas that could be going on at any one time: engineering, architecture, digital health consulting companies, change management consulting companies. David Peachy is a consultant. The NDP hired David Peachy from Nova Scotia, now from Nova Scotia, previously from Ontario, on a sole source contract to provide an overview of the system. I remember a PricewaterhouseCoopers report given to the NDP government on procurement in 2013. That was an interesting one because the minister, when asked about it, denied any knowledge of the report, and we realized later that the minister had never read the report. The minister had no knowledge of a $1 million report that was designed to help the government purchase better. So they put it in a binder and parked it on the shelf, and the minister had no knowledge that the report existed. So no, we can't satisfy the request, and it's not because of an unwillingness to do so, it's because of the unwieldiness of the request. But perhaps there's a more limited request that the member could make that we could contemplate satisfying.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas. Miigwech. So I'll narrow it down a little bit for the Minister because he's saying this is a big area, and I do recognize that. So I'll ask, related to policy and on the transformation of the healthcare system, who are the consultants and the consulting firms currently engaged in the transformation? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first I want to start with an explanation of why the government would use contracts. Why would the government would use contracts in the first place? Well, for the same reason that the Department of Infrastructure uses contracts right now. The Department of Infrastructure does not do all of its work internally. It goes to market. It procures engineering advice. It procures design advice. For the same reason that the Department of Education or the Department of Agriculture uses consulting advice for expertise. What is happening in Manitoba in the area of healthcare is a massive once-in-a-generation transformation of our system, one that is long overdue. The state of the system was neglected by the NDP. I read an excellent opinion piece into the record only a few days ago by a Winnipegger who served on 2 separate healthcare boards, and that individual talked about the overdue need for changes in the system. And the thesis of that Winnipegger was, do not go back. That the failure to modernize our healthcare system had actually resulted in the worst results, or in the worsening of results, and the lengthening of wait times. And that was a provocative article, but one that was really compelling to read. There was a statement there where the individual said, the alternative, pretending that yesterday's system is sustainable and throwing more money at it, would be the gravest mistake. And that is something we know that the NDP did. They just threw more money at the system. So we're in the middle of a massive transformation. We are cleaning up the roles of the Department of Health, of the regional health authorities, and the other delivery agents like Cancer Care Manitoba and Diagnostic Services in Manitoba. We are identifying the role of service delivery agents or organizations. We are standardizing the service purchase agreements. We had hundreds of service purchase agreements, hundreds of unique documents, one each for personal care homes and mental health centers, and everyone had their own service purchase agreement. Imagine the extraordinary complexity of a healthcare system where every single relationship into which the department enters or the regional health authority enters is a unique arrangement. Why wouldn't you standardize that? And that work needed leadership. That was not expertise that we had in our shop. The standardizing of service purchase agreements in health was a job undertaken by a contractor. And what a tremendously beneficial area of work to undertake. What a significant goal. Do you know it was only earlier today that a CEO for one of Manitoba's personal care homes told me how extraordinarily good that work was to standardize these service purchase agreements. And it's not every day we receive that kind of effusive praise, but it's welcome when it comes. And coming from this very credible source, this very prominent Manitoban, it was nice to hear. So I would say first off that the government enters into contracts because we're not ideological. This can't all be done by us alone. And in the same way, the NDP government entered into contracts, many of them. And I'd be happy to read into the record as this week and next week goes on, a list of NDP contracts. The difference, of course, between our contracts and those are we are making sure that there is tremendous value coming out of the engagements that we are entering into. Specified work streams, accountability, specified start and stop dates for these contracts. I would list for the member people like Hilltop Business Solutions. We've already referred to Curtis Burns from KPMG. The member referred to Ian Shaw at Braid Solutions. The member referred to Vicky Kaminsky, whose contract will be ending shortly, the province of Manitoba, but who has done exceptional work and was exceptionally qualified to help in this jurisdiction. We use contractors to bolster our capacity on projects. We use outside people to add expertise and system knowledge and it is all for the benefit of strengthening our healthcare system.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, Deputy Speaker. Can the minister tell me if that is everyone that is working on this area?
The honourable minister.
Could the member specify what the area is she's referring to?
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
So policy related to the transformation of health, of the health system.
The honourable minister.
Thanks. I'm just going to ask for further clarification because we're trying to scope out the member's request. When she refers to policy, could she be more specific related to the healthcare transformation?
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
So going back to phase 2 of the health system and not related to capital.
The honourable minister.
So to be clear, I would answer to the member, no, the contractors that I listed would not be related to policy formation within the transformation of the healthcare system phase 2. I would say that the contractors to whom we've been referring are more focused on the implementation of specific projects, as I said, to enhance our workforce, to bolster our capacity, to add expertise in some areas that require very significant expertise. And so what are some of those projects within the Wave 1 consolidation of services? Well, those things are like the work streams on realigning and transforming the department, the design, commissioning, and accountability framework. There are changes to legislative and regulatory changes. We are activating shared health and realigning the health authorities. There is the transition of provincial clinical programs to shared health, things like EMS and patient transport and diagnostics, like we've talked about. There's the transition of Health Sciences Centre out of the WRHA and into shared health. There is the implementation of other plans, including sustainability plans. There is the clinical and preventative services planning, wave one, which we've referred to. But there's also projects related to information and communication tech shared services and human resources shared services, supply chain management shared services, food shared services, laundry shared services, bargaining unit consolidation. I'll stop on that one for a moment. This is a good example. We spoke about it for some time yesterday, and I'm thinking about a contractor to the government, a name that will be familiar to the members of this House, and that's Mr. Bob Pruden. And Bob Pruden is a contractor. Bob Pruden took the role of the commissioner, the individual who was selected to administrate the entire process of reducing the number of bargaining units in Manitoba's health sector to 36 from more than 190. I understand that when I spoke in the record the other day, 188, it's actually over 190. And again, I'll say that compares to BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan that combined have less than 20 bargaining units in total. Imagine the unnecessary red tape. Imagine the system complexity in the healthcare system of 190 bargaining units. I understand there's like 20 classifications for custodian depending on where you're working. 40 definitions of what constitutes someone who works at night. 40 definitions. 40 definitions for what constitutes someone who works at night. No one definition that constitutes what you do at night. So I kind of feel badly for Bob, who took on the role. It was a gigantic undertaking. He has acquitted himself so well in the role, bringing the labor unions to the table, organizing in each of the 6 health employer organizations the work to reduce this in order to reduce administrative cost, optimize workforce flexibility, but also align collective agreements and bargaining units. And so how has that work gone on? It's been successful. And only recently we announced that the votes had taken place, and those representation votes took place, I believe, at the end of August. It was announced at that time who those representing unions would now be going forward, and I could provide more information if the member wants it. That is just one contract. Why did Bob Pruden take on that work? Because that individual came to government with a very significant and specific set of skills that we felt would lend themselves, the professional background, lend themselves to helping that process go well, and that process has been very, very successful.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure why the minister keeps avoiding answering this question directly and kind of, trying to move us in a different area. We're not talking about Capitol building. We're talking about direct people who are working on the transformation. And you talked about implementation. So let's phrase this a different way. Can you list any other consultants that you've not listed yet that are currently working on the implementation, and these are your words, the implementation of the transformation of the healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I'm endeavoring to answer the member's question and to be comprehensive in how I answer it, because it's a very large question she asks. The use of contractors within the healthcare system is an important area of exploration. We don't apologize for going outside of government to solicit for expertise. There's been so many engagements that we've undergone already or undertaken in government with the use of outside expertise that have paid incredible dividends to Manitobans. Because really, the focus of this discussion should not be on the use of consultants, but on the value of consultants. And I've yet to hear that member ask questions about how would you reflect on the value of consultants to the operations of departments, to the interests of the transformation of the healthcare system. How has that work resulted in the ability to save, to deliver a program or service more safely, more efficiently, more effectively? How have those savings been reinvested in the healthcare system? How has that individual helped to explore other areas that were perhaps not even originally contemplated? Think of someone like Reg Taves. And Reg Taves is a name that will be familiar to both NDP and PC members of this House. Reg Taves was the author of the 2013 EMS Review, the Emergency Services Review of 2013. I remember Mr. Taves. I've met him numerous times. I actually understand that Mr. Taves was hired. He once told me when he was hired originally by government. I think he might have been originally hired by the Sterling Lion government. I'm not sure. It could have been Sterling Lion government. But he worked for governments of all stripes. And I remember the briefing that he gave in 2013 to all members of the House who were rural based on that EMS review. Well, why did the government contract those services to Mr. Reg Taves? I remember the introduction of Mr. Reg Taves given by the then Health Minister, Teresa Oswald, who said that Reg Taves had expertise. He had background. He had specific knowledge. As a matter of fact, there's a quote by Teresa Oswald that even says, "The last decade has seen dramatic changes in EMS across Manitoba. Paramedics are now able to deliver a wide variety of advanced emergency care well before a patient enters a hospital. By continuing to work together with our EMS partners, the recommendations made in this report will guide us as we usher in a better, more coordinated, more responsive era of EMS in our province." End quote. That is a quote and a characterization of that work by the then NDP Minister of Health of an effort and report coordinated and led by a contractor, Mr. Reg Taves. I also thank Mr. Reg Taves more recently for his work related to paramedics and self-regulation under the Act throughout 2017 and 2018. And it shows that this government knows how to tap talent on the shoulder regardless of, who that member or who that individual might have worked for in the past. We knew that Reg Taves would assist this effort and that he'd have lots to contribute, and he did so. And even here, I just wrote a quote into the record where the NDP Health Minister talks about the quality of that report undertaken by a contractor. So the conversation this afternoon would be better to steer towards the value of contractors, the value of looking for expertise, the value of shoring up the resources that we have in departments, and the value of being able to contain those contracts so that we are only paying for the advice and the expertise that we use when we need it.
Member for Point Douglas.
Deputy Speaker, so I'll move on. I don't know why the minister, does not want to answer this question, and no one's saying that, consultants don't, do valuable work. I myself do consulting work all the time, and my work is highly valued by the people that I consult for, and certainly I'm transparent and open, and people know who they're getting as their consultant and who's doing their work. And I think, as a government and as, as a minister who's tasked to be transparent and open and to let Manitobans know, where their money's going and what it's being spent on, certainly, the minister would want to give Manitobans that information, but I'm not sure why he's holding that back today. So perhaps, before 6 o'clock today, he'll change his mind and provide us with the names of those consultants. But can he confirm if Deloitte is still currently working on the clinical and preventative services plan?
The Honourable Minister.
The work for which Deloitte was engaged in respect to the development of the provincial clinical and preventative services plan is now complete.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Can the minister tell us how much money was paid to Deloitte to construct this plan?
The Honourable Minister.
This is not information that we have available at the table this afternoon, but we would endeavour to get that information to the member.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Sorry, can the minister repeat that? I didn't hear it. Sorry. Oh, he was that.
No, he said that he doesn't have that information, but they'll endeavour to provide it.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister.
I was just saying that we don't have that information readily available at the table, but we would endeavour to get the information for the member.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Thank you. I thank the minister for that. Going back to specific consultants and going back to Curtis Burns, can the minister provide his remuneration as well as a copy of his contract?
The Honourable Minister.
I understand that in some cases with contractors, and this is a standard convention of contracts, that it can involve consent by both parties to release the contract. So what we will do is we will endeavor to get the information pertaining to the value of the contract to the member, and then we'll solicit for agreement with the contractor for consent to release the contract.
The Honourable Member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, I thank the minister for that.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
The NRHA's annual report states recruitment efforts are extensive. However, physicians are reluctant to live and work in the north. Could the minister please explain what type of recruitment efforts the NRHA is utilizing?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, and I welcome the member of Thompson to the chamber and to her first committee of supply, and we welcome her here. Thank you for the question. I welcome the opportunity to talk about building stronger provision of family doctors and doctor provision of service throughout the province. It's a concern that we had prior to government in 2016, how to build, how to recruit, how to retain, not just in Winnipeg and Brandon and the bigger centers, but in rural, in remote, and in the north. And we've had some very significant success. We've shared with other members earlier in these sessions. More than 150 doctors working now. I think the number is 158 doctors more now than just 2 years ago. It's the largest 2-year gain in physician recruitment in years and years in this province. That's good news. But the member understands it's not just the number of doctors we have, it's where they're practicing. And we're engaged in some very, very collaborative discussions with Doctors Manitoba and others to talk about the future of medicine in Manitoba and how we can do a better job of putting resource where it's needed. As a matter of fact, that is one of the cornerstones of the preventative and clinical services plan that is being developed for the province. That ability to, in a coordinated and coherent way, make decisions for the system, to strengthen the system, better health care sooner for all Manitobans. Part of the success that we've been experiencing is through new efforts in rural residency program. And I believe the member will probably be aware of the fact that the Northern Health Authority now becomes the latest to adopt the rural doctor residency program following successes that we've seen in Interlake Eastern, Southern Health Sunday Student, and Prairie Mountain Health. The U of M offers as well a Northern Residency program, a remote residency program that serves communities in Northern Manitoba, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. We know that changes were made in this case a few years ago. I'm going to give a shout out to a doctor from Winkler, Manitoba. His name is Don Clausen, and he was involved in the Office of Northern and Rural Health. And it was the work not just of Don, but of others and the faculty of medicine and doctors throughout rural Manitoba some years ago to be able to develop, in conjunction with the University of Manitoba Rady School College of Medicine, a way of additionally measuring applicants for their association with rural and northern Manitoba. A way to additionally score that during the scoring of applicants that takes place. Not to skew the process, but just to additionally measure. Why? Because the determination was made that if you wanted a doctor that practiced in the north, it would be a really good idea to recruit someone from the faculty who knew about the north. And to the member and I, that probably makes a lot of sense, but it actually has been quite successful. Now, we've pivoted from that. We've had more successes. I'm very pleased to see the Interlake Eastern Regional Health Authority residency program taking place. I can tell the member that there was just an article in local media this week that talked about the incredible effectiveness for family medical residents operating out of the clinical teaching unit at Boundary Trails Hospital. And there's an article by Dr. Kevin Earle that talks about the number of specialists who are increasingly choosing to practice in that area of the province. So I want to say about Parkland, or I should say perhaps not specifically, but in relation to the faculty, there are a number of different innovations and approaches we now use. The member will know that we seek to acquaint new and first-year students in the Faculty of Medicine with rural placements. We get them out for a rural experience. We have other programs as well that put doctors in rural placements. We're pleased to see the program for residency taking place in Northern Health region, and we believe it'll be part of the success that we will experience in helping to get more doctors to choose the North and to be retained in the North.
Member for Point Douglas.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to ask leave from the House for our member from Thompson to move up to the front so she can be close to the staff when she's,
Well, is there leave to have everybody agree at the committee to have the member for Thompson sit closer to the front so she can work with one of the staff? Yeah, if it's all agreeable, we'll be able to allow the honorable member for Thompson to come to the front. Yeah, it's agreed. The honourable member for Thompson.
I'd like to thank the committee for giving me leave. You cite the rural residency program. What is happening for recruitment following the residency to have them stay in the north?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to invite the member for Thompson to the front row. She's progressing in this place. She's progressing in this place much faster than I did. I can recall being the critic, and I think I asked all the questions from the back row. I never understood that I could ask, leave, and move up in the chair. It was a long ways away. So I think she's already figuring out this place pretty fast. Thanks for the question, and thanks for the ability to continue to discuss this issue. It's an issue that's important to all Manitoba, and it's an issue that I take personal interest in. I'm going to quote a little bit from that article I said that arose in respect of clinical teaching units in rural, because it applies to the question for the North as well. I can say that there was an article recently on Pembina Valley Online that talked about the connection between inviting residents to rural and northern places and the decision of residents after they graduate to go back and practice and set up a practice long term. I know that's what the member's question is about, is attracting and retaining in that area. We want these people to become permanent parts of the healthcare delivery in those places where they are practicing when it is rural and remote. So, for instance, at Boundary Trails, residents, physicians experience rotations in surgery, pediatrics, and obstetrics in that area, and that gives people a great view of the system and of what might be possible for them in their practice after they graduate. So on the website for the University of Manitoba Rady Faculty of Health Sciences, there is a description as well of the whole Manitoba's rural family medicine stream, and they talk about the various benefits of the stream, and they talk about the placements, places like Boundary Trails, Parkland, Brandon, Portage la Prairie, Interlake Eastern now, Steinbach, as I said, soon to be Northern Health Authority, and Thompson listed here as well. And what this site does is it talks about the various supports for residences that exist at those places. They talk about the use of community physician faculty and preceptors. They talk about the broad scope of practices that residents will be exposed to. They talk about even quality of life things that they build into the program while the residents are there for their term. So I think I would come back to answer the member's question to say, so how do you get people to stay? Well, first of all, I think that the measurement of applicants to the faculty must be fair and must measure connections to rural and northern. And we're doing that better now. We have significantly improved the ratio of northern and rural students in the Faculty of Medicine, Rady School of Medicine at the University of Manitoba from just 10 years ago. And that is a success. But then we must build residency programs to acquaint students who are interested in medicine, those residents, with what it would actually be possible for them as professionals in those areas. Many people don't have an experience with the North. And what we're seeing in the South now is that with the growth of the residency program and the clinical teaching unit, we're seeing that for the first time now, students who were urban from Winnipeg, from Brandon, choosing Morden-Winkler or Steinbach or Portage la Prairie because of the experience and because of the familiarization they've been able to have with the particular hospital and the positive experience they've had there. We know that Shared Health and Northern Health Authority are also establishing specialist arrangements whereby a specialist works 1 week of the month in the north and 3 weeks in tertiary care in the south. And that helps when a new graduate is not comfortable making a full-time commitment. And that's important to mention, because then you have that kind of partial work that's giving exposure to the north and still tethering that individual back. That builds capacity, it builds expertise, and it's an excellent example of collaboration taking place in the system and in the north.
The honour member for Thompson.
Earlier this year, 2 dialysis machines were removed from Flin Flon. Has the wait list for dialysis increased in that community and surrounding areas?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our government is making significant investments in the area of responding to chronic disease and kidney disease and the need for expanding dialysis services in the province of Manitoba. I can tell that member that it was on March 18th that the Premier and I were in Thompson, Manitoba, and toured the dialysis unit at Thompson General Hospital, spoke to some of the clients receiving services there at the time, had a great discussion with the nurses who are working on that ward, who have very specialized training, as you know, as the member knows. We announced that day a $5.2 million investment for the expansion of dialysis including $2.4 million from budget 2019 to provide critical life-saving services for up to 72 patients, while hiring more nurses and other staff to support access for more patients. We know that right now there's 14% of Manitobans living with kidney disease, and about 1/3 of those could develop kidney failure at some time in their life. And so that means that right now in the province, we are expanding in Thompson alone, additional dialysis spaces at local renal health centers. In addition to Thompson, the investment also includes an 8-patient expansion at Hodgson, a 6-patient expansion at Pine Falls, a 6-patient expansion at Portage la Prairie, a 6-patient expansion at Boundary Trails Health Center, a 30-patient expansion at Winnipeg. These investments include 57 positions, nearly 30 nurses. In addition to these investments, I also, with the member for Brandon West, the member for Brandon East, and I think maybe even a few other MLAs were in Brandon recently at Brandon General Hospital, and to announce an extension of our home hemodialysis services, where new technology is making it better and easier for people to choose to be home hemodialysis clients. In addition to this, we're doing some fascinating work right now in the province of Manitoba when it comes to chronic disease at the Chronic Disease Innovation Center at Seven Oaks Hospital. And I met recently with that group of researchers and doctors. And the member will want to know that a key focus of this study is the North. And these doctors are doing exciting work in the area of public surveillance for disease. Because until now, we've been responding too much, these experts say, at the back end when it becomes expensive and when it becomes really problematic from a healthcare perspective of the client to respond. And instead, using analytics and data, using software and cutting-edge processes that we are co-investing in with the federal government under a special stream, we're finding ways that we believe could be used to surveil whole populations in the North to determine who might be more at risk for the development of chronic disease, and then to be able to have services coalesce around them, counseling and public health and nutrition and other services. We think this could have incredible interrupting effect at the front end. Because one thing we all know from the PG report, from the KPMG report, is that our healthcare resources must be reprofiled to concentrate more on prevention. Also, one thing I just must say in the time remaining is our efforts to expand transplant at Health Sciences Center. And it was just a few months ago that we announced the coming together of all the transplant services at the Bannatyne campus of the Health Sciences Center for a new ambulatory care clinic there for transplant patients. And finally, for the first time, the clinic, along with all the other transplant functions of the hospital, will be on the 3rd floor of the Clayson Institute for Advanced Medicine. What a tremendous project at $5.5 million that will help so many people and perform more kidney transplants each year.
The honourable member for Thompson.
How many dialysis units were purchased for Northern Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. The investments that I was proud to put onto the record, the $5.2 million more that our province and our government is investing for dialysis services under Budget 2019 to provide critical life-saving services for up to 72 patients while hiring more nurses and other staff includes the expansion at Thompson Hospital, which will see in-center dialysis expand to accommodate an additional 6 patients.
The Honourable Member for Thompson.
Has the need for dialysis increased in the north?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. A number of things I'd like to say to the member in response. First of all, I'm hoping that she will vote for the 2019 budget when she has a chance, knowing that as she would vote for the budget, it would include this significant investment in Thompson, in the community that she represents. I would hate to see her voting against such a significant expansion of dialysis services in the community she represents. So it's an opportunity for her. Also, though, I would want to say, in general, that member knows, and I know, and we all understand that chronic disease is a very significant challenge coming at us as a generation, as a country, in every jurisdiction. I know that from the RHA Atlas, the most recent report released by the Manitoba Centre for Health Policy, that report just cited a week ago that people are living longer, and with that living longer comes more instance of chronic disease. But the report also makes mention of the fact that those needs are being managed. We know there's so many priorities within healthcare, but managing chronic disease is a very expensive priority. It's very expensive. We're investing here, but it's why people within the system continue to tell us that we do need to have a full spectrum approach to managing chronic disease. As I said, that means early detection. Actually, it means starting before that, with efforts to prevent, education programs and good nutrition programs, understanding that we need people to make good choices, good lifestyle choices, to exercise and to manage their own health. And the Diabetes Association of Manitoba talks about the necessity of people to take charge of their health. Early intervention, more activities for dialysis, more diverting of people to home peritoneal and home hemodialysis, which are essential. Experts at the Chronic Disease Innovation Center tell me that more efforts need to be made in all jurisdictions to be able to meet people earlier who are presenting with chronic disease and kidney failure before they start on a hospital-based dialysis program, because people don't want to be in a hospital. And the individuals to whom I spoke at Thompson General Hospital told me, we don't want to be here. It's an incredible inconvenience for us. I saw there was one woman who was there with her husband, and her husband was receiving treatment. And she talked with the Premier and I about what this means for their life, that 3 times a week they're doing this. And when I think about and I reflect on the conversations and meetings I've had with people in Manitoba who are really leading on this file, and boy, do we have expertise in this area in Manitoba. They told me that we must be able to meet prospective clients who could use home hemodialysis and home peritoneal dialysis and be able to successfully divert them to home where they want to be. But that means making sure that the machines are there, which we're doing, to make sure that the training is there, which we are doing, to make sure that there is good monitoring, which we are building. Here's another example of using very good digital information. New technology allows us to harvest data from the dialysis machine in the home using the home's Wi-Fi system. This is a game changer. This will, of course, ports need to be managed and clients' health needs to be managed. But this is a game changer when it comes to being able to spot a malfunction in a machine, to be able to see if a patient is correctly using the machine, to be able to troubleshoot off-site, and to be able to coach persons to be able to use the machines. Not only will this actually benefit the individual and increase quality of life in incredible ways, it'll also save money in the system. Why do we want to save money in the system? So that we can reinvest the saved amount for more provision of service, for more dialysis, more surgery. And let me just say as well, also important to all this is the incredibly important work led by the member for Brandon West of individuals deciding that they will register as organ donors at signupforlife.ca, and I encourage all members of the House to make sure they've done so.
The honourable member for Thompson.
As the member for Thompson, our surgical room, we are down 3 surgical rooms. I know it is due to the roof leaking. I do know it went out to tender last year. I was wondering if I could get a copy of the tender.
The Honourable Minister.
So I want to correct the record for the member for Thompson. First of all, I would want to make it very clear there's no delay in the work to mitigate and to restore the operating rooms at Thompson Hospital following a water damage event that occurred on June the 1st of this year. She talked about last year, but this event only took place on June the 1st. So that's not last year. This is just a matter of a few weeks ago, 12 weeks ago. And I have had a briefing about the state of the work. I commend the Northern Health Authority for for how they have expedited the work to determine, well, first of all, I guess, to mitigate and to stabilize, to divert hospital surgery routines and procedures, and then to proceed with the work to restore those hospital surgery rooms. As the member knows, in the meantime, it means that some surgeries are taking place on an emergency basis, but then other surgery cases are diverted to Winnipeg. And going forward, what we will be doing is, of course, repairing and renovating that space to make sure that as quickly as possible, those surgical rooms.
Order. The hour being 6 p.m., the committee rise, call on the Speaker. The time being 6 p.m., the House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.